Hey, there we go. There we go. So, yeah, we are back doing this farming game that we were started doing yesterday. So just checking the stream's alright. Yep, everything all looks good. Bit rate's going all good. Yep, cool. Cool. So yeah, welcome back to the stream. Yesterday we had gotten as far as actually doing our crop development. So now this is basically simulates the model now scales with the growth of the crop, which is exactly what we want. So now what we want to do is there's some. What we now need to do is we need to get the actual blocks themselves to be able to house crops in them. And one of the things I want to do as well with the rendering, so let's just remove that block. There we go. So let's remove that with the crop. We don't want that. What I do want to do is change my prefabs to have ground block. I want to go create empty. This is going to be renamed as grass block. That's going to be inside of that. So that's going to be reset. That's going to be reset to inside of that, but it's going to be 0.75. I'm going to block. I'm just going to call it a block in there. Cool. Grass block, and then we have our block actually in there. So now we've got our graphics nice and separated out. And then that's going to become the new grass block, which I can delete that prefab, and I'm going to do the same for the dirt block. Is I'm going to create an empty. I'm going to name this as dirt block. I have also got Streamlabs OBS now set up, so you'll have stream alerts come on the stream, which is cool. And then we'll shove that in there, and we'll call that. Again, we'll just call this block, and that's going to be reset inside of that. That we want to also reset and have that reset inside of there. 0.75. So dirt block, cool. Crop none, that's cool. Dirt block, we're going to put that into there and delete that prefab. Yep, and that's going to become our dirt block. Missing prefab. That's annoying. Oh, what I should have done. Oh well. Okay, we'll just create a new one. Create empty. Dirt block. Reset that. Create inside of that a cube called block. That's inside of dirt block. We're going to reset that. We're going to do 0.75. Delete grass block. We're going to then go block. Material we're going to set as dirt. That's dry to begin with. But this is going to have dirt block on it, and the wet texture is going to be wet. Dry texture is going to be our dry. Dirt, and then crop is fine. Water levels, that's all fine, and then that's going to be our dirt block there, and we can delete that prefab. Grass block, that's fine, that's fine. Wild container, and then our farm, that's going to be, oh, that's fine, that's fine. Then we go back to our blocks and go dirt, which is going to be that. Grass, which is going to be that. And stone we don't need, so we can delete that for the moment. Farm, I'm going to come back in and re-enable our rendering. And we should still all have the blocks rendering fine. There we go. Nice. That's awesome. So now what I want to do is, I was thinking about this last night, and I want to have, morning dude, what's up? Hey, Simple Stove, how you doing? I'm good, thank you. I'm streaming a bit earlier because it's just gone 4:30 here in the afternoon, and I wanted to get back into doing this. I really felt like doing it, and sort of last night as I was in bed, I sort of was just thinking in my head of how we can do things. Really tired, but I'm glad you're doing good. And but yeah, I was in bed last night just thinking about this game and some bits I wanted to do that kind of popped in my head. So I want to improve this, because at the moment this function, we're generating the farm, but it's actually spawning all of the blocks and stuff inside of this. What I actually want it to do is I want it to generate the blocks in an array and then have a separate function for actually rendering the graphics, which is typically what you would do for this kind of style of game anyway in world generation. So I'm going to create a void called render farm, and then we're going to have public, what's this going to be? Is it going to be block data, or is it going to be blocks, or okay, yeah, for now let's just do block data. You've been thinking about a Zelda game, you posted in Discord last night, gonna add more into it. Say cool, awesome, yeah, that was really good. I'm looking forward to seeing what else you do with that and hearing your improvement. That's gonna be really cool. We actually want this to be made up of blocks rather than block data, I think, but just for the moment, so we can get this working, I'll do that. And then we're basically going to do, how do we then do it? Because that's going to be a two-dimensional array, isn't it? So then we would need to go for every... Because essentially what we're going to need to do is we would then need to go blocks zx equals block, like that. And then how do we loop through a two-dimensional array? C# loop two-dimensional array. Oh, okay. So we just did a similar thing here. So for int z equals 0, z is less than blocks dot get length 0. Right, I see. Dimension, yep. And then z plus plus. And then for int x equals 0. I used that link to the pass down font I found yesterday to make it sound like a SNES game. Yeah, no, it definitely does. And with that tile set you found, I think it's going to be quite a nice looking and sounding game. So yeah, definitely. X plus plus. And then we're just going to do block data. Block equals oh, idiot, x is less than that, and that's going to then be blocks zx like that, which means we can get rid of that from there, I think, and then we want to call render farm after we've generated it, and hopefully if this all still works we should have it still rendering the farm. Ever thought about doing Unity substores on YouTube? I have actually, yes. And what's he complaining to me now? Something is null. 35. It's something I've been wanting to do. I just haven't really kind of gotten around to it. But also because not having done anything Unity in a while, I want to use opportunities like this to, you know, learn something a bit new, learn a way of doing something, and then once I'm familiar with it I can then teach it on YouTube. So it's something I definitely want to do, and maybe I can even chop up the streams or something like that and use that on YouTube. But what's he complaining about? 35 is null because block data block equals that. Okay. Block index, block types. That's all still there. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. 35. This is interesting. What's going on here? Errors are fun. Yes. See, this should work. I mean, this is the first time I'm actually doing something like this. I've not really used two-dimensional arrays like this before, so this is my first time kind of doing it. So I'm kind of just working out what's how it works. But why is it saying it's null? Because we clearly have a block. Let me remove this. Let's just remove the rendering for the moment, just to make sure that's not causing any issues. Whoops. Come on, game. Thank you. It's definitely this that's causing an issue. So debug.log block.name. It's really not happy, is it? Oh, I know why. I think it's because we need to do blocks equals new block data. I mean, technically it'd be height width, wouldn't it? Because we're doing Z that. Aha! Okay, there we go. So I think now if I re-enable the rendering, so you can see now how we're generating the farm, but we actually have it being generated individually to the graphics. So it doesn't care if the graphics, you know, what graphics are actually on the screen, what it's doing. The graphics are now pulling from our essentially database, if you think about it, and there we go. Always a good feeling we solve an error, yeah. So basically all the error was is because I told it we want a two-dimensional array, but because it's a two-dimensional array, I need to tell it the size of the array, which I hadn't done. So that's why I was saying null, because it can't assign a value to this specific slot of the array because the array doesn't technically exist yet. You know, you've told it it's an array, but it doesn't actually have any kind of meaning or size. So now I'm telling it I want each dimension to be the size of the height and width. I've done height and width because that's how we're storing it here. I guess I could do it the other way around. Oh, Simple Stuff is now hosting my stream. Yay! Thank you very much for that. And you can see we've now got alerts enabled on the stream, which is awesome. Thank you very much for that. And that's also good for me because it lets me know when things happen. And Yeah, that was awesome coming up on the screen. So I'm just trying to think, do I want to do this height, width, width, height? I'm thinking logically we do that. So if we change that round to be height, width, I mean, but then we're rendering it. No, let's keep it like that for now. We can always change it around because we can always just invert it. Like that's, now that we've got that, we can easily change that around. So that still works. So now what we need to figure out is, and actually what I want to do, because we've got all of this that says clones, what I want to do is I want to do go dot name is equal to, and then block dot name plus x, yeah, plus x plus that plus 0 plus z. Well, we don't actually really need it to do 0 in the middle, do we? Yeah, like that. Plus that. So plus that. And now we should have these blocks named appropriately. There we go. So now we've got the name of the block and the coordinates, which if I add a space in there, there we go. Now if we're looking back in here to debug something, it makes it much easier to see what each block is, because now we've got the coordinates and the name of the block, so that just makes it easier for us as well. So that's quite cool. So now what we need to figure out is we now need to modify the system and these blocks to actually have a crop. So, because the dirt blocks themselves have a crop, don't they? So we need to, well, we need to obviously create the different crops, but what we also need to do is figure out our system for rendering things, because we want to have, as well as crops and stuff, we want to have structures and things like that occupying different blocks. So but I guess what we could do is, so crops, let's have a look. So in crops we've got a crop prefab, which is what we want. We're going to update that. Yep. So now what we want to do is, we'll do it this way for now, but I think later on we want a better system. But we basically want to do just if block.name is equal to dirt. So it shouldn't really hard code it like this, but this is just for, you know, classic sort of things like this. If you start off coding it one way, maybe you hard code certain bits to get the system working, then once you've got it working, you can then adapt it and rebuild it into a better system. Because you don't want to try and go in and build a complicated system from the start, because things are more likely to go wrong, and when they do go wrong, you don't know where they're going wrong because you're doing so many different bits. Whereas here, we can just simply see if this isn't working, then we know it's just this specific bit of code here that doesn't work. So now let's figure out how we want to do this at dirt. So if so let's just do crop crop equals get component crop if crop, what did I say started now? Oh, it was dirt block, wasn't it? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so if crop does not equal null, i.e. we have a crop actually growing, Then we want to do game object crop go equals game object dot. We don't actually need to do instantiate anymore, so instantiate and then crop dot crop prefab new vector 3. See, now here we want to store the vector 3 block pos is equal to that. So this is where we're going to make use of the position. So block pos we probably want to do it up one, but let's just see what this does for now. And then yeah, go.transform, or crop go I should say, crop go.transform.set parent, we want it to be go. So we want to set the parent to be this dot transform. So it's all nested under that. And that's not going to work. Well, hopefully this will run and not break, but we're not going to have any actual crops yet. So how do I do this? I'll tell you what, why don't we can do a random thing. So see, this is where we're going to need to do the blocks things, but in our render code for now, what we will do is we're going to do a random. So if random dot random dot range, and let's say between 0 and I don't know 10, and let's say it's multiple 5, then we want crop equals, I don't know, c equals new crop, and then we want block dot now we want dirt block, don't we? And then we want to do get component dirt block dot crop equals c. I think I'm going to start the actual development of my Zelda game today. Nice. I'll be interested in seeing that. So hopefully now we'll get random crops growing. Okay, we just broke something. 61. Object reference not set from 61. I think it might be. Okay, so let's comment that out for now. And let's also, for now, to see if our code works, let's just manually. Yeah, see, this isn't going to work, is it? Because we don't actually have a crop, do we? We need to create a crop. We've got a script here for housing prefabs and stuff, but that isn't going to... We actually need to have an actual crop, don't we? Which means we're going to need to put this on a game object, which means this needs to be a game object rather than a crop, I guess. I don't know why it's saying to do that. No. That's what I knew it was going to do that. So then, I've got to go give my buddy a call, so I'm going to pop out for now. Definitely back later. Okay, yep, see you in a bit. And at once, answer questions about the code, no clue what I'm doing outside. Yeah, no, that's a problem. Ask away. That's not a problem. But yeah, I shall see you in a bit then. Once you've made that call, and yeah, see you in a bit. I'm going to try and work this out on how I want to do it. So I'm going to create a cube. Well, I'm going to create an empty first, and I'm going to call this crop. And then I'm going to create in there. So we want to reset that. And then we want to go create empty, not create empty, we want to 3D object cube in there. Zero, 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 material, which is just going to be yellow. This is going to house our crop. Prefab, which we're not making use of yet. No, because we're all doing it based on that. Okay, cool. That's fine, that's fine. Do that. Oh. Okay. Yeah, this is not going to work yet because we don't have any prefabs to do that with. But, should this not? Yeah, that's got a crop there, dirt block. Oh, I know what we're doing wrong. We need to do dirt block dirt equals get component dirt block, and then if dirt dot crop does not equal null, then we want to do this code. What we actually want to do with crops is do the same thing we did with the blocks and create scriptable objects. So dirt.crop. There we go. So now we should get a bunch of crops growing. We don't. 65. Because it should be block, and then you've got the crop there. So why is it saying it's not set to anything? Oh, I know why. Get component in children. Hey. It's not as performant as other things, but the point is we have now got some crops that grow, and they look like they are, yeah, they're positioned way too high. Yeah, look, they're not, their starting point is too high. No, minus 17 and what is it? 0.25 125. That works. But we shouldn't, because we're compensating for the 75% of that, which is not what we want. We want it to work out what the bottom of the, how far down it should spawn in order to do that. So we now need to do we have to set crop is equal to get component in children crop so that's crop go. And in, well, float height diff is equal to 1 minus crop dot max growth divided by 2. Well, this is a bit janky way of doing it, but we will completely overhaul the system and do it better. And then crop go dot transform dot position dot local position dot y minus equals, well, we don't want it to minus equals height diff. We can't just do that though, can we? No. We have to do it vector3 crop pos equals crop.transform.local position, and then we do crop pos dot y minus equals height diff, and then we do that equals crop pos. Does that fix it? No, it doesn't. Why? Because it's part of that now, isn't it? But that's fine. Height diff. We just debug that for the minute. Minus 36. Oh, vector 2, what am I doing? I mean, it's still not right, but because I'm applying it to the wrong thing. But why is it working out to be 36? Divided by 100. That minus that, that's going to be done first into that, because 1 minus, so crop.max growth, which is 75 divided by 100, so that's 0.75. So 1 minus 0.75 should be 0.25. You divide that by 2 and that gives you a height difference. Let's just do that to begin with. 75, yeah, so max growth divided by 100 should be 0.75. Except it's not. Is it because it's a float? No, no, it can't be right because we're just dividing. Apparently it was. Okay. Why not change growth rate to be float as well? Actually, why not? And hydration rate we can be float as well. Why not? And float max water, so we can do 100F as well. There we go. Cool. .25. Yep. Divided by 2. .625. There we go. Oops. So now that will be in, and we should have now the correct position. Yay. Okay, so that does work. But I mean, that's still a very big crop. That's still going to be like not what we want, but this is all the rendering. Yep, so this is fine, but we still want the block itself in the array to contain all of this rather than it being based on prefabs, right? Because this is just doing block name and then it's looking onto the prefab, spawning it from there, but we need to actually set in the arrays, which is where our block class comes in handy, what kind of a thing it occupies. Which means we need to have it occupied with something. So we need to create some kind of class that we can call. So I don't know, because structures, I was thinking more of like your actual kind of buildings. So vehicles, no, we don't need to worry about that. But we need the block. We need like we need the block to have a certain slot that's going to be modified with whatever it contains. So it may contain a crop, it may contain a building, whatever. But the question is, what do we do in our block class to contain that, and how is that going to work between different blocks? That's what I want to know. Well, let's call it a block slot, I guess, would be the best way of doing it, wouldn't be? So we can call this a new class, and we can call this block block slot, block structure. I'm going to call it slot for now. So that's at. And then all other things like crops, structures, everything can derive from that. So that's going to derive from a block slot, which then means on our block we can then have a public block slot slot. Well, I guess, yeah. So our crop's then going to be part of a block slot, which is fine from there. And then what we can then do, yeah, crop prefab. Because we want this to be stored in a scriptable object, don't we? Which means we need to create a new script called block crop data. So that's what we want to do. So, and then we want to go back to, so block data. We basically want to do a similar thing we did here. So this is actually going to be a scriptable object, and this is going to be crop, and we're going to call this crop, like that. And in here we want to contain growth level. No, we want that to be part of the crop, but we want this to be in here. Growth rate, so the growth level is part of the crop itself. And for now we will do we will private that because we don't need to worry about that. But I guess we want to do public so actually we probably do want to have those in here as well, and they're going to be set from the data, but we want to do C#, was it private? I can't remember how to do this now. Private get public set sort of thing. No, that's fine. That's fine. Those are the defaults anyway. We don't need to worry about that for the moment. Get rid of that comment because we don't need that. So that's that. Crop data is going to house that as well as our public string name. Wait for this to compile. Now, one thing I want to know is if I do this to a private thing, is it still going to pick up in the executable object? Yeah, so it does need to, I thought it would. I'm just curious to see what that would do. So yeah, we want that public. And then in here is where we want the public game object, and that's where we want the crop prefab in there. So crop, and let's go call it crop. Let's say this is going to be wheat, for example. So we're going to call this wheat. That's going to be our prefab. We want max growth. Let's do 50. So now this is where we can get different with it. Yep. And crop itself, we don't want. That's going to be private. Well. Yeah. Public int x, public int z. We'll just set these to 0 by default. So we're going to want the location of the block as well. Set that default to block like that. So we want name x like that. And then what we can do in here because we're actually setting in here block prefab. Yep, and then we want a public game object block prefab. So then what we actually want to do is in our farm thing, we actually want to I guess we could set an ID as well, couldn't we? We could also do, as well as a name, X that, we could also do a public int. What have I done int for that? I mean string. But we could also do public int ID equals to 0, which is going to be our index of that, because it technically will be the ID. So then in here, what we're actually going to do is block equals new block, and then we're actually going to contain blocks in our array here. So this needs to be a new block. Block index, why is that? Okay, the monitor just went black for me for a minute then. Block, oh, because it's not used, that's fine. So then actually what we want to do is then we want to go block.id is equal to block index. We're going to do block.name equals block okay, yeah. And then block data is equal to block types block index. So that's how we get our block data, that's how we read it. Block data dot name, block.x equals x, block.z equals z, and what else was it? Oh, prefab, wasn't it? Yeah. And then block prefab equals block data dot block prefab. So that's that. And then block here is equal to that. Block position is equal to new vector 3 at x. Yeah. Well, we want to do block x and block z. Oops. And then here block to prefab, yeah, that all works. This is all works actually because we've got the same things. Block name. If block.id is equal to 1, which is going to be dirt, so we'll just make a comment of that. Oh, but this is where we need to occupy. This is where we need to do the slots, don't we? So then, but we don't need to worry about if it's dirt. We need to worry about structure, don't we? So if block dot slot does not equal null, then this is where we need to do our rendering of it. So this is where we basically then need to go here, and then game object block slot, I guess. Instantiate is then going to be block prefab there, and then that is set to that, which means we don't, for the minute, we don't need any of that. See if this still runs. Cool. We don't have any crops yet, but that's because we haven't actually told it to new block. Oh yeah, because we don't want that to have, well, I guess we could. Well, didn't we have it actually on our prefabs? No, we didn't. Just double check this. Yeah, dirt blocks, that's what we're deriving from. But dirt block here, well, I guess we could do block, but also mono behavior at the same time. Is that how we do that? Let's just keep it as that for now. But this is what, yeah, that's what we want to do. That's just a script. So block slot. Because then how we, so that then, and we want all the, it's the rendering that's going to instantiate, isn't it? And we're going to update based on that. We can pass an update there saying block update. Right, yeah, okay. So that's fine. Yeah, because we're rendering straight from that block.slot equals that. But what I want to do is we need to spawn a new crop. I want to be able to but now we're back to square one, aren't we? So, because this is the one that does the update, yep, so that deals with all of that. That's going to be on the crop itself, isn't it? Which means on our prefab we need to have this, don't we? Which we do. That's fine. But how do we can't really randomize that, can we? That's what I want to be able to do. I want to be able to randomly generate crops. Unless we do what we just did with the blocks, and the crop is just a crop class, and then we actually have a separate script for doing all the logic for on the crops, which is going to read, which is going to have its value set from just crop. But we don't want to have to do a for loop with an update in that, because that's not going to be very performant. We just want it to make use of Unity's built-in update. So how do we do this? Well, we can have a slot on the block we can define things into, but the actual logic still its own script. that it would get spawned in with the prefab. That's what we need. But the slot itself can't be a mono behavior, it's just a slot of what gets occupied, doesn't it? But a crop derives from a block slot, that's fine. We want to randomly spawn a crop in. But this is defined from that, but then we need a separate one. If we did a separate class for doing the logic, where's it going to get those values from? They still need to be set. But they can be set from crop. From the they still need to be set from somewhere. I'm trying to make a unified system here where I don't have to be specific, but I may need to be specific in order to do what I want to do. We've got is spawning whatever prefab is in that, but in the case that we add in, let's say we plant a crop, that slot's going to be taken up by a crop, fine, but it's still going to need to be able to pass that information from the slot into the prefab and stuff into the logic. But how does it know? It's going to need to know what to pass into that, isn't it? Which is why this can't have any mono behavior. It's just going to need to, these are just, but then if it doesn't have that, you're not going to get the prefab set, are we? Crop prefab. Don't want block.prefab. This needs to have a prefab in it, doesn't it? Public slot prefab, public game object, slot prefab. Yep, because that's going to house the model that occupies that slot. Which means we can get rid of that because we don't need the crop prefab in there. And then in the farm, we're then going to spawn in the block.slot slot prefab. That's what we're going to do. And then we're going to set that be a parent of that. Yep, fine. But this is still going to need to be its own class, isn't it? And then we have on here, so then we basically have our own script here called crop graphics, don't we? Crop graphics, or crop logic, crop graphics. Let's call it crop graphics for now, and when we get to the logic stage, that's when we can then choose what we want to do there. So this comes out of here and goes into here, which means we're going to need that in there. This becomes a block slot. A block slot does not have a mono behavior. Yeah. Our crop data is a scriptable object. Which means I also need to have one for, and then I need a public set of crop data called crop types, like that, and then I can do crop equals new crop, and I will do crop data equals crop types. I'll just do the first one of that so we can randomly spawn in this. Yep. And then we're going to need to then do crop dot growth level equals crop data dot growth dot max growth equals crop data dot max growth, and then crop dot growth rate equals crop data dot growth rate, like that. That's fine. Crop dot slot prefab is going to be crop data dot crop prefab, because we've got that inheriting block slot. That's what allows us to do that, which is what I wanted to do. And then we do and then in here we do block dot slot equals crop, but this needs to be inside of if random dot range 0 to 5 is greater than 3. Just do some kind of random generation. This should now give us random crops. Out of a bounds of array. Oh, I know why. Because I haven't set my crop types up yet. I need to go to project and then crop, and there's our wheat in there. I could have just done it from here actually. There we go. And now hopefully, okay, class crop does not derive. Okay, this is progress. We haven't got it completely breaking. Before it was preventing it from rendering properly, but the crop is missing extension of native class. Crop is missing block slot. Crop is new crop. That's fine. Crop is missing extension of native class. I've not come across that before. What does that mean? This is interesting. Found that a class that was once a scriptable object and is also creating a project later the class simplified to regular class, which made the instance corrupted. You can only instantiate one of those scriptable objects, and this class was not one of those anymore. Look for your scriptable object in project or game objects that will show you this message. Oh, I know why. Because that is why we haven't updated the prefab with our new graphics class. So that needs to be crop graphics. There we go. And then we apply that change. Invalid script applies not possible. Enter prefab mode and remove. Or how do we do prefab mode? Right, and then we go crop graphics. Okay, so now how do we get out of thingybob mode? Oh. Apply to all. So now we should have our... Ah, there we go. Look at that. We have crops randomly grown now, and what I will do, wheat is max growth 50, yep. Also, what I want to do is I want to go into a farm, random.range that, and block.id is equal to 1. So basically if it's dirt, so this is dirt, then we want to randomly spawn crops on. And from here we can get rid of that from our render code. So this is exactly what I wanted to do now. So let's just make sure this works. We should only get crops growing on the dirt. There we go. And for some reason they're still growing way too big, and I think the positioning's off. Positioning's off again, but we can fix that because we want to do that on the script side of things rather than our render side of things, I think. But essentially what we've done now, to explain what I've done, is I've separated the rendering code out to the generation code. So now what we can actually do is I've now got an array of actual blocks. We've got a block class, which is what I wanted to do originally when we first started this project. So now our whole farm is generated. When it goes through and does block generation, it's able to set all of the block data and attributes then. And at the moment we've got it randomly generating crops, so it can set the particular slot of the block. And there'll be different slots. So it'll be like the crops, it'll be the structures like the buildings and various other things like that. And that is actually all stored as part of the block data in the array. And then all we're doing in the rendering is we're just looping through that array of block data, and that's when we're then instantiating our prefabs for the block as well as the actual slot of the block if the block is actually occupied, if the slot's been set. So that's exactly what we're doing there, and it works. So that's exactly what I wanted to do. I wanted to separate that up. So now we've got crops randomly growing, and I will increase the rate slightly that they're spawning just so we can get a bit more on screen. And go. Cool, so now we have random crops growing, and they're still not scaling right because that's 75. Its max growth is 75. think it should only be protected, right? But we don't want default values in there, do we? We just want also, we somehow have 2 of the script on there. Yeah, that's not right. I've returned. Finished that Zelda song. Nice. Also, I don't know if how long you've just come back from. In fact, let me turn on timestamps because that helps me out. There we go. 5:40. Yeah. Oh, you've just come back. So what we've got doing is we now have blocks randomly spawning crops on certain blocks like that. They are supposed to be growing to slightly smaller, but I need to fix that bug now. That's what I'm looking at fixing now. But what I've done is I've been able to separate the rendering itself from the actual generation. So all of our rendering code is just doing the graphics, but what I've got now is an array of blocks. So I've got an actual block class. It's generating the farm, and when it's generating it, it's going through picking a random. It's picking the block to generate like grass or dirt, and then it's setting all of the block data and attributes, and I've got it randomly filling the slot. So each block has a slot, and the slot will be either a crop, a building, or an item, whatever it's going to be. And I'm randomly generating a crop and filling in that slot for certain blocks, obviously on dirt. And that's all of that data is stored in the array, and that's where our renderer class is getting it from. So I could even disable the rendering and our farm would still be generated, it just won't be shown on screen. So this is exactly how I wanted it to work when I first started. But I also wanted to get the rendering code side of things working first, so that when we do have our actual block data in place, we can actually see it, because it's all right doing our generation code, but we won't actually know how it's generating until we render something on screen. So now I need to fix why these crops. I know what's happening. It's because in here our max growth is 75, but it shouldn't be. It should be 50, because that's what we've got set on the crop data. If I do 60F, out of curiosity, what does that even do? No, that's still 75. Yeah, so it's definitely not pulling default values from that. But what I want to do is that looks really cool. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? We'll get some actual proper graphics in there soon as well. But what I want to do is, where was it? Crop here. So this doesn't need to be public. We want it to we want a public set but protected get, right? I think so. Public set, public get a private setter, something like that. Because then what if I did that's not going to work though, is it? Because if I did that, it's going to break that, yeah. So I do a no. So what if I did? Let me just do all these as private. I'm trying to get fancy with that, but for now let's just do this. I'm just going to do public void set max growth max int float max growth, and then this dot max growth equals max growth, public void, well I guess we want to do capital rather than that. Thank you. Set growth level, float growth. I'm trying to figure out how to start developing my game. Maybe character movement animation. Yeah, that's what I would suggest first. The first thing to do is just get any kind of ground in place, some kind of basic ground. It doesn't have to be like randomly generate anything like that. It's just you just manually place it in the world, and then start working on your character that you can move around, and get collision working, you know, any animation, jumping, anything like that you want to be part of the character movement. Get that working first, and then from then you can then even build your own kind of world. If you want to do dungeons, you rather than randomly generate dungeons, you want a manual dungeons, you can start building just some basic dungeons and testing out your character from there, and then maybe you could move on to say enemies, build an enemy system, and then you can attack them. So yeah, definitely start there. Set growth level, so this dot growth level is equal to growth level. I don't like doing it this way, but this is going to fix that other bug for now. But we definitely want to change the way this is done. So I don't want them to be completely public. I just want them to be publicly set, but not necessarily actual public thing. This dot growth rate equals growth rate. And then in here, we then do dot set max growth is going to be, oh, I spelled that wrong because why not? To crop data dot max growth. Then we're going to do dot set growth rate, which is going to be equal to that. And then we're going to do no slot prefab. That's fine because that's part of the base thing, isn't it? And hopefully that will fix the bug of our crops growing too big. They should only be growing to 50. One second. Sorry about that as I choke on my drink. So if I start asking a bunch of questions, no, it's fine. Don't be sorry. It's good to ask questions. Oh, I really did not sit well. Right, okay. So they are still growing way too big. Why? We go to our scene view and we can focus in on this. You can see max growth is 75. Crop growth. Okay. Because it's in here. Right, I see what the issue is. So this was all meaningless. I've just discovered what the issue is. Oh, you know what, let's do that. So potential fixes. Our crop graphics class is responsible for drawing it. This is never reading from these values. That's the issue we've got. Is it's never reading from the values in our actual crop itself. I'm going to set this to a base of 50 and 6. I know I'll change those defaults later on, but I just want that having defaults and growth levels be 0. Don't really need the F, but I like doing that on floats. So now we need to link our actual graphics to the data itself. Because we separated the graphics into its own class, we now need a way for these graphics to read from the crop thing, the crop class. So how do we do that? We've got it set in the crop data here in our generation code. This render is not being called every frame, that's just being called after it's done generating to show our blocks. This is what's being called per frame. But how do we now do it so that this class can access the data from our array in here, from what we set in here, from the crop stuff, from the block slot? Because even if we had our own slot graphics class, which is mono behavior, we still run into the same issue. So how do we now pass that in? That's what the issue is. That's why it's reading 75. But I'm not quite sure how to link that up. This is definitely, I definitely think this is correct what we've done here. But I now need to figure out how to get that passed through to our graphics class here. Do we need to put some kind of rendering? Do we need to either put it in the render here, or we need to put an update in our farm class? Crop graphics. Or no, I tell you what if we did if block It's here, I think, is where we need to pass the data when we're rendering it, I think. We need to pass it through to our graphics class from this function here. But although our crop is derived from a block slot, how do we know if this is a crop here from our slot? How do we know what kind of slot this is? Which means we need to do an enum, I think. Public, is it enum block slot type? I can't quite remember how the syntax goes for that. So public C# enums. Oh yeah, so we should just do crop structure, something like that, don't we? And then in here we then need to have public block slot type, which is slot type. So then in here we then pass through block slot that block.slot type is equal to block slot type dot crop. Excuse me. And then from here we can then say if block slot dot, not block slot, if our block dot slot dot type is equal slot type is equal to block type slot type dot crop, okay, weird. Then that's where we can do crop graphics is equal to get it's going to then be block slot dot get component in children crop graphics. This isn't the most efficient way of doing it, I know. We will improve that later on. I just want to get it working first. Is that, and then we do crop graphics dot max growth is equal to block slot. Oh, idiot. Crop. And then we can do crop dot max growth. There we go. Crop graphics dot growth rate equals crop dot growth rate. Set 1632, yeah, classic. And they should only go 50 wide. Yes, we did it, guys. And I have food now, so I shall be right back. I will be probably about 20 minutes, half an hour maybe. Hello. So yep, I've now eaten some dinner and feeling very full, very yummy. But we're back. So we successfully now managed to get it. We fixed the bug where the crops weren't scaling properly because the actual graphics wasn't reading the data from the blocks. So now we've actually got that working. Let's play around with it. So the wheat, let's say we want a max growth for say 30. They should stop growing when they get a certain size. They do. And just for lols, let's try 100. There we go. Now it looks like they're not in the right place, because if we go into scene view, we can actually see that they aren't sitting correctly. So they're not sitting in the right place. So we can fix that. But 50, and if we set a growth rate of say 3, they should grow a lot slower. Yeah, there we go. They're now a lot slower to grow. And if we set it to say 12, they should be almost instant. Very quick. Yeah. So that's perfect. So growth rate, I'm going to set that to 5 just for now. So I hope everyone's doing alright. How's your game coming along, Simple Stove? Is anyone chatting in the Discord? Oh, the finished product. You've got the audio. Let's listen to this. So this is from Discord. He sent it over. Join the Discord, guys, if you want to keep in touch with us and be a part of our community. But let's listen to your theme song. Or tune, not theme song. That's awesome. That's really cool. I like that a lot. You've really got that Zelda vibe to it, and yeah, that's awesome. That's really cool. So good job on that. That's awesome. So, if we go... Oh, okay, sorry, I was just looking at something on the Twitch dashboard. Okay, so, we've now got... we've got our crops growing successfully. We've got that all being passed through from the rendering. So, that's that all correct. So the next thing we need to do now is fix this positioning. So I'm wondering if it's because, I mean, Well, the reason why is if we go to the prefab, it's part of the prefab. We go to the prefab crop. The actual cube itself needs to be 1 high. That's what the issue is, or we move it down by 1. That's the problem. So if we save that and then go back, if we delete that, they should all be positioned correctly. And obviously once we've got actual graphics in there, we can double check things are working right. Right, I know what it is. It's because what's happening with our scale code now, because where we was testing it out, we hard coded in the scale. We need the scale to be reflective of the actual graphics. So now what we need to do is in our crop graphics class, we need to apply, because the crop graphics is on this itself, we basically need to just get the actual scale of the new vector 3, yeah, and that needs to be transform dot local scale. I don't know if we even need to do game object there. We can just do that. I think manipulate that. So now that should be reflective of our actual graphics. Interesting. We don't have anything. So let's see if we can find something that's got a crop in. This is going to be a bit annoying. Here we go. Crop clone. Cube. Scale is 0. Okay, so okay, so let's log our scale to see if that's even reading correctly. No. Does it need to be game object? No. Oh. Well, I tell you what. We do that before we've manipulated the scale, otherwise we're just reading from our manipulation, which is going to be wrong. So it's still 0. Oh no. 0.810.8. Interesting. So we have 0, 0 for 1, and we have 0.81 for that, which is interesting. Scale of the transform relative to the game object's parent. Lossy scale. This is interesting. Why is this no local scale? Because the actual crop themselves 0.75175. So what is going on here? Why is it not showing the correct scale? I tell you what, let's comment that out, because that's still going to be affecting our debug log on the updates, isn't it? .81, .08, it's relative, isn't it? Debug.log. So if we do actual scale, well, if we put this in, a start method, so we don't get we don't pick up the new scale. So let's just go actual scale is that, and then we're going to go debug.log on the update and go debug.log, go new scale is going to be equal to crop scale. And now let's see what our new scale is going to be. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Let's get rid of the division. That's kind of funny though, look. We divide it by 10. No, 100 is right, because our growth level is 75, so divide that by, well, 50 divided by 100, then you get 0.5. Oh, I know why. Because we need to take it from the original scale of the graphics was, not what it currently is, because this is always going to be changing, isn't it? So this is where we then go private vector3 scale, and then scale is going to be set to transform.local scale, because we was doing new vector 3 before, which is always going to be the same every frame. So now what we need to do is we should go back to that, and then we can just go scale times that. If scale does not equal null, just as some just a fail safe in case for whatever reason it tries to do it when there is no scale set. So we can set position scale, make sure, there we go, like that. There we go. So these should be positioned correctly, ideally, if our code has worked. Scene. No, it hasn't. We're still getting them placed incorrectly. These numbers are always constantly changing, which is shouldn't really be the case. If we return from there, it will stop him. There you go. That should help with optimization, because we don't want it to be constantly, if it's at full size, you don't want it to be constantly updating the graphics still. So now so these should ideally, oops, They are still very slightly. If growth level is max growth, because if it's greater than that, or equal to, then return. There we go. So now once they're fully grown, it stops updating the scale and position because they're fully grown, so it doesn't need to anymore. So that'll be a bit more performant rather than constantly updating them every like frame, even though they are already at their correct scale. But position is what we need to fix now. So they're still too high off the ground, and this will actually let me change the position. So one is point that, 0.25 is that, 0.5 is that, 0.75 is way too high. But why are these positioned? No, it's not our crops that's wrong. It's our prefab, our blocks that are wrong. Because we scaled them by 0.75 in height wise, they're centered by 0.75. So we need to move them up by like 125, 0.125. 0.25 divided by, or just 0.25. Which is why we have these graphics that individually. So position should be 0.25. I think that's going to be too high still. We should do it 125. And then we go apply. And then dirt block. And then we move our blocks up. Because this would also have affected our... once we've got characters moving on the screen and interacting with the world, that's going to affect that as well. So now they should be in the correct position. There we go. So now they're actually part of that. So that is what the issue was. Our blocks, because I'd scaled them 0.75 the Y, Unity scales by the center, so there was a little bit of a gap either end of the block, so we just shifted the blocks up to match. There's this weird seam here as well, but I don't know what's causing that, but hopefully that will go away with, maybe it's just a lighting bug or something. Hopefully that will go away with, once we've got textures on there, which we could look at starting to do soon. We just need to get some UV wrapping going in some Blender. But, so we fixed various bugs there. We've now got it grown. We've fixed the position of the blocks correctly, which is awesome. Out of curiosity, let's have a look on the asset store to see if there's any kind of blocks or tiles or anything anyone's done on there that we could potentially use. I want to do stuff myself, but I'm just curious to see what there is on there. 3D. Low poly simple nature pack. So we've got some rocks, twigs and stuff that could potentially be useful. I don't want to sign in. Well, I'd have to anyway. Blocks, I don't know what you would call it. 3D blocks. Something free ideally, because just for the sake of having something there. Isometric blocks, but we want 3D version, don't we? See, this is the sort of look I'm going for, but I'm doing of actual 3D blocks. "3D isometric blocks." Why is that so slow typing as well? It's weird. Isometric pack 3D. I'm not going to obviously buy this. I'm just looking at what they've done. Isometric blocks. Right. So the next thing for us to do could possibly be maybe working on the withering away of the crop. So if the dirt dries up and gets dry too long, stays dry too long, then the crop above it will die. So let's have a look in our dirt block class here. So this is our script that's responsible for the actual dirt blocks. So this has got the water level in here, which starts at the max water, and then we're lerping between the two materials to simulate the wet to dry texturing. So now what I think I also want to do is I want to do because we're going to need a way because these blocks we're going to need a way to access what's in the slot, aren't we? Because we're going to need to affect that. So if we take a look at one of these dirt blocks here, and in actual fact, just because I'm what I also want to do here is just do block slot dot name equals block dot slot. What is it? We don't actually store a name. Because it's in here. No. Let's not worry about that. So what we need to do now is what was we doing? Oh yes, the logic for withering plants. So we need to figure out a way. So that's why I run that game, because on these blocks here, what we've actually got is if we go into the actual graphics of the block, we've got the dirt block script. So we need a way how we can access now. There's two ways we can do it. We can either have the block affect the crop, or we can have the crop read from the block. And I'm just thinking, because we can either have the crop be replaced by a withered crop, or we could just change the graphics out to be a withered version, which would still keep it the same instance of the crop, but they're actually saying that there's no point doing that, because you wouldn't be able to rewater or anything like that. Once it's dead, it's dead. So we'd want to swap it out, wouldn't we? And we could have the crops, the logic say, well, if this is dead, then we spawn a new one, then kill ourselves. But I feel like well, we need to have a health level of the crop, don't we? So we need to have crop graphics. So we need to have some logic in here as well, don't we? So what if we renames this to crop logic? And then we can do yeah, I know. And then we need to change, oh yeah, back to prefabs crop. Oh, that has changed now. It's just because the game was running. Okay, there we go. So now our crop logic, which if we go back to scripts, so in here now, what we want to do is, I feel like we should void scale crop, and then in here we have our actual logic in here for doing that, and then in here we can have scale crop. So that splits out the actual scaling side of things for the crop, which is fine. We still want this up here because we want that affecting it, but then we also want the crop to have a public float. Well, keep it private float health, which is 100, and then we can have because we also want do we want to be able to have the crops wither away at different rates? So we'd need a public float, we need a wither rate, which we'll just set to again 10F for now. So we've got health and wither rate, and now we need a way to be able to tell the crops, hey, you should start withering. So So then if we create another one called private bool wither equals false, and then we can have a public void that says start wither, and that just basically says wither equals true. And then in here we can have if wither health minus equals wither rate times by time dot delta time, and then if health is less than or equal to 0, then we can just destroy game object. We can just destroy ourselves. And then so now what we want to do, see, either way we're going to need a way for it to be able to read it. So how do we actually do that? So our dirt block. So our block. So if we do the game again, it should still work. If we have a look at our dirt block here, we've just got this dirt block class, but there's no way it knows. It has a crop actually. It does keep track of the crop. And what crop is that? That's just a game object. But what are we even using this? We aren't. So what we could do is we could set the crop in here I don't know if that's a good idea though. We could set the crop here to our instantiated object, and then from there we could basically just say if that, but then we're doing the logic inside the rendering, which the rendering we just want to do the graphics. We want the logic to be its own kind of thing. We want all the logic to happen like in its own, on its own objects, but we're still going to need a reference to the crop. So in actual fact what we can do is we can do a private crop logic, we'll call it that, and then we can go let's just do crop logic equals to get components in children crop logic. Now this isn't going to work when we plant stuff, but at least for the moment with the random generation it will work. And then we can basically just say in here, if water level is less than or equal to 0, then we can basically just say if that, if, and no, let's do a separate if statement because we might want to do other things with the water level later on. So if crop logic does not equal null, so we do actually have a crop occupying this, then we can do crop logic dot start wither like that, and hopefully with a bit of luck we should start getting some crops fading away. It's a bit hard to tell right now. The actual dirt is a bit pale, but once we've got proper textures in, hopefully that will be alright. Oh, I don't actually know if this health is even... Tell you what, why don't we make... For now, let's make health public so we can see it in the inspector. So our health is 100, growth level should stop at 50, which it does. Our health does not seem to be deteriorating, which is interesting. Oh, because the water level probably hasn't dropped enough yet. Water level is now 0, so we should start losing health, but we're not. I'm wondering if it's because the way it spawns in, there's a delay, so it doesn't actually know. Let's just see if we set to 0. Nothing happens anyway. Interesting. Okay. If crop logic equals null, and that's bad, but this is just for testing. Still not deteriorating. So in our crop logic, let's just quickly go debug.log start withering. Now it'll tell us if that's even running. So when this gets, I know we've got to wait for the crop to, the dirt to run out of water. Its water level is now 0, but there's nothing that says start withering. Okay, so clearly found crop logic. Debug.log water, no water, to make sure that's working. no water. So that's fine, but it can't find crop logic. Because it's not this, is it? It's crop logic is going to be game object dot, it's transform dot parent dot that. This we don't. I don't even need that. Start withering, nice. So with a bit of luck, his health is not going down. Not going down. Okay, let's try see if that works. Start withering, but the withering isn't running for some weird reason. The withering isn't running for some weird reason. The withering isn't running. The withering isn't. So what's going on there then? Start withering, which is here, wither equals true. Because we've got a return here, don't we? We want that above it. That's why the logic's not working, because we're returning there. I'll just put a little bit of music on in the background of the stream just so it feels a little bit of space when I'm not talking. Hopefully that's an alright volume for you guys. Let me know. So, once this dirt has run out of water, withering, there you go, so it's now withering. Health is good, so we should see these all fade away in a minute. Bam, they're dead. That's cool, that's what we want. And so we can remove our logs now, withering, remove that. We can also remove here. I know this isn't the most efficient or performant way of doing this, but we can fix that later on. That's just optimization. I want to get this system working first, and then we can implement it better. So now the dirt block's got that, because it's not going to work when we have blocks that aren't Well, actually, no, it would still work because when we plant the blocks, that's when we can then set the crop logic in there. Because this is saying if it's null, so that way it would always work regardless of when the crop logic gets set. So let's have a look at our prefabs, and we can do let's make a prefab for when a crop is withered. So crop withered, let's reset that. Let's do a 3D object. Let's do a cube and call it crop withered. Oops. I just call it crop. Why not? And we're going to reset that inside of that to make sure that's all correct. And then we'll just set this material to be blue because we've got a blue material, so we might as well set it up. Well, we'll set it to red actually to show that it's withered. There you go. Yeah, why not? So prefabs, and then we're just going to go crop withered like that. Actually, in actual fact, we want this to be 0.75, 0.75 like that, and then we want this to be. No, that's correct. So we go overrides and then apply all. So that's now the same size, so we can get rid of that. And what we want to do then, I suppose, is in crop data is probably put a withered version of the prefab in there, can't we? So crop prefab, then we do public game object withered prefab. That's not how you spell that. Withered prefab. Nice. Crop. See, now how do we get it to access that particular withered prefab? Because it doesn't know any of the crop data, does it? It's going to need to know what the withered prefab should be. So we need to change this to crop logic as well. And then in here we can have a public game object withered prefab in here, and then if withered prefab does not equal null, debug.log error, there is no withered prefab set. It will still destroy itself, but we want to do this, so we do instantiate, well, yeah, game object withered equals, wow, go equals instantiate, and that'll be withered prefab, and then transform dot position, and then quaternion dot identity, and then we want go.setParent transform dot parent dot parent. Yeah. Transform dot set parent there, and then it will destroy this. So we should have now again, this doesn't have access to block data though, does it? Well, we'll just do crop logic dot with a prefab equals slot crop types. With a prefab. Again, maybe not the best way of doing it, but at least for now, because that gets set when you render, which I suppose, yeah, because that is still down to graphics, isn't it? So now, once these all start withering away, they should turn to red cubes. Any moment. We also want it, so why? Oops. Interesting. So why does that? That's 0. Why does that need? Interesting. That's what we need to destroy. And we need to destroy the whole parent thing, full stop. For some reason that... Why is that positioning not the same? Because it should be. What we do want to do though as well is also do go dot we want the child, don't we? I guess get a component in children transform dot local scale equals transform dot local scale. See what this does. It probably also have the same issue. But let's have a look at what this does. Oops. So it's starting to wither away now. Health is going down. Huh. I need to destroy that. That's why, because it right. Try this again. Definitely grown. They're withering away. So it did spawn it. Spawned it completely wrong position. Yeah, so we do just one position. But I'm really interested though as to why these crops are in the correct position when they get spawned in, but yet the withered ones aren't, and they're exactly the same. Really weird. Almost there. Bam. So then why do these get placed in? Because this is 0. But really it should be 1, shouldn't it? It should be being placed in at 1 above, which... But that doesn't explain... But that doesn't explain how the crops are being rendered correctly anyway. Let's for a moment disable our wither behavior and see if we can figure out what's going on with this positioning, because I don't understand how this positioning is correct here, but then it gets in because it should be incorrect, because if it's being spawned on the same y coordinate as the blocks underneath. Unless it's this, we should be adjusting the position of this rather than the actual graphic itself. We need to be adjusting the actual thing, don't we? And then in here, our vector 3 slot position is going to be equivalent to new vector 3, and it's going to be block.x1 and block.z. So then in here we need to just do slot position instead. We re-enable the withering behavior, and with a bit of luck, because it's because the position's been adjusted afterwards, because we don't want to adjust the position of the graphic inside the empty game object. We want the whole thing to be moved. The scale of the graphics, yes, because we don't want to affect the scale of the parent object. So with a bit of luck, music's kind of appropriate. Yay! Now, did that change size? Let's have another look at that. So we have our crops growing. I'm sure they changed size. They have. Why? You should not be touching the scale there. It's this scale that... So it's not spawning in the correct scale. Just here. Let's debug this and see what one it's actually getting. Because we should be... If that's getting the parent rather than the actual sub-object, that's what's going wrong. It's set in the wrong scale, but I don't know why it would be. Any minute, because if we take a look at that, yeah, that scale's fine. It's the scale of that that's wrong. That should be set, isn't it? Yeah, see, look, it's getting the main parent and not the child. Well, it should be. I suppose it should be that, shouldn't it? Let's try that again. Because I think when you do get component in children, it still returns the parent, which is silly, I think. I think that's how it works. If not, I can look it up in a minute. Come on. E, did that work? Did it do it? Let's have a look. I think so. Let's have another watch. Just to make sure. there we go. That's fixed it. So now we have the ability to set the crops when they get withered. Do that, and what we should actually be doing as well is if they start to wither and then the thing gets watered again, we want them to start increasing their health again, but half of, say, the growth rate. So what we then should then do is else if health is less than, I mean we want that private anyway. Do private health public float max health, which is going to be 100, I guess. We want that up there because we want that part of the crop thing, and then health is equal to max health, and then in crop data we also want max health is 100, and then in here we can then set the crop dot max here max health equal to crop data dot max health, and then here if health is less than max health, then we want to do health plus equals to growth rate divided by 2 times by time dot delta time, and then if health is greater than or equal to max health, max health is equal to max health. So that should now that should allow the plant to sort of grow its health back once the thing starts withering away. We can test that out right now by just adding in some logic that just says if input dot get key down e key code dot e, then water level equals 100, oh well, max water, fade level equals 0, so if we take this one here, which if we let the dirt start withering away, because I made that. Just make that public so that I can actually see it. So it's not long after it starts growing, the water fades out. Yep, and then we water the ground. And the health doesn't decrease. Oh, because we want to stop with equals false. Stop with a. There we go. Now this should work. So the health should start going down any minute. Yeah, we will rewater the dirt, which you'll see suddenly goes back to being brown. And then the plant health starts increasing again. That still seems a bit too fast for me, so I'm thinking divide that by 5 maybe. Oops. So crops are growing. And then water it, and they very slowly start gaining their health back. And it should start withering away again in a minute. Yep, there you go, withering again. Yeah, I like that. I like that. And we can tweak these later on. But so that's now that system in place. And we can get some graphics going soon, I think. But I think what I want to do now is I think it might be cool to have some logic to rotate the world, perhaps. Which means we're going to need to, I don't know, do space or something like that for that. So let's have a look. So in here we want to do a void update. And then if, so we want to set up our keys, don't we? So we come back into here. We're going to go preferences. No, it's project settings. Input axes. So for now I'm just going to call this rotate left, which button is going to be Q. I don't know about that yet. And this one's going to be rotate right. That's going to be E. If is it button if input dot get button down rotate left. Let's just make sure this does work. Rotates. Realize I've done that wrong. There we go. So now we should hopefully get rotate left, right. It should only happen once ideally. I don't know if it's just my inputs are not working right. Let's have a look. Yeah, so the inputs aren't set up right. Gravity 3. Why is that not working? Because jump should be space. That's working. Oh, it is working now. Why wasn't it working before? Weird. Okay. Yeah, so that's cool. So then what we want to do vector 3 rotation equals transform dot local rotation. Oh, it's Quantanian. Okay, fine. And then we just want to do rotation dot y plus 90. Hmm? You know what coin is inside? Oh yeah, so you do oil. You do have to do oil. Euler, don't you? Euler, whatever they're called. Dot Y. That's what. Yeah. That's what I thought. Angles, yep, and then you do rotation plus Y. Euler angles, there we go. So much fun with the Zelda tileset level. Cool, nice, yeah, that's awesome. Okay, so I can't apparently modify that. I'll rotate around. Back to 3. I thought that seemed like an easy way of doing that. I knew there was some kind of rotate around thing, which is what I wanted to do, so... I'm trying to slice it, but none of the sprites are centered. Ah, that's always a pain. Okay, that works. We just now need to do it based on the center of the world. Well, the center of the world or where the camera is looking at, isn't it? It's the center of the camera. So now what we need to do is we now need to get this. We now need to use a raycast to get the point on the world where the center of the camera is looking at. So world to screen point, viewport to screen to world point. Vector 3 world center. And then rotate. Rotate around. About axis, path through point and world by angle degrees. Rotate around world center by 90. Rotates the object around the given axis by number of degrees. Space relative to. Okay. So world center 90. Whoa. Let's actually get what this is looking at. That's not right, is it? Unity. Get center of camera world position. Screen to world point. That's what I was looking at. Camera dot main dot near clip plane. Okay, that seems about right. So now let's see if that works. So it should rotate based around the center. I mean, it rotates, it's just not the right. We just want the Y. Oh, hang on. New vector 3 0 world center dot Y 0. Unity transform, rotate around Y axis. Kind of works. I want to rotate it around a specific thing. Applies rotation of degrees around the z-axis, around the x-axis, and degrees around the y-axis in that order. Rotate the object around the given axes by number of degrees defined by the given angle. Transform.rotate. Rotate the object around the given axes by number of degrees. So that would be world center 90 space dot self. I think I might use Solaris engine for my Zelda games since the task download is technically made for that lol. One, yeah, it can do. I mean, I don't know. I'm not familiar with that engine myself, so I don't know what coding language it uses and what it's like to use. But yeah, if you want to use that, go for it. I just want to rotate around the... Because it said it was obsolete, didn't it? So if I do transform.rotate around... Unity rotate around. It uses UR. I wish that uses C# since what I'm trying to learn, but oh well. Oh, I see. Spin the object around the world origin at 20 degrees, vector 3 to up. go run for a bit. Friend of mine wants to call. Oh, no worries, no worries. We'll still be here. I don't understand this. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go public game object center prefab, and then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do instantiate center prefab at world center. So I can actually see where the actual center is. So it reckons the center it's looking at is no. No, that's not what I want. I might need to cast Ray and do that. You know what? It might be because... Well, it's because they don't have rigid bodied or anything's on, so there's nothing to actually like that's that was pretty cool though. We don't want that though, because we don't want them to fall, do we? Yeah, that's not gonna work. But it has a collider, so we shouldn't need to worry about that. physics dot raycast. Get Unity, get object camera line of camera is looking at. Screen to world point, vector 3 into width 2, camera near plane. Raycast hit. And then we do hit.transform.position. That'll tell us where it's actually hitting. No, it's not. You know what? Let's not worry about world rotation for the minute, because that's not actually important. That was just a... I thought that was going to be a bit simpler than I thought it was. So I just wanted to make it cool looking, but let's not worry about that for the minute. So what we've actually got is... let's get rid of our center prefab because we don't need that anymore. So we have our world, we have our crops growing. I'm thinking now what we should do is 1 second, I'm just going to close my blinds since it's now dark outside. So basically I'm trying to think of the next thing to do. Well, what I might do as well actually is if I make the world a bit bigger and then go with 2. Eight by 8. Interesting how it kind of on the edge there. Yeah, so that's still fine. Let's try like a non-square world. Huh, yeah, it works fine. I'm just going to go back to 6 by 6 and then do the 1, I think. Yeah, just makes it easiest to follow. So we've got we've now got the world generating, we've got the render code all separate to the generation code now. We've got the ability for blocks to have slots occupied. You've got the crops growing now. So maybe we should start adding in a character. I think maybe controlling the character is probably a good thing to do. So let's work on that. Let's work on a character controller then. So let's go and create our player. So we're going to call this player. Reset this. We're going to create a 3D object. Cube. We want to have this say 2 high and 0.75. 0.75. And then we probably want to move it up by 1. I think. Yeah. And we're going to color him blue. So this is our character here. And we'll just call this player model. I'll just create that as a prefab. So we want to now do a new script. And we're going to create a script called our player controller. And of course on this we want to move the whole thing, don't we? So we need to have the rigid body on here and then the player controller on here. So private rigid body RB, and then RB equals get component rigid body. And then for now we're just going to say if input dot get axes well, we want to do if RB is equal to null, return, but then RB dot, what other things have we got? Translate. New vector 3. We have 0, 0, and then input dot get axes horizontal. Vertical. Our player's way bigger than I thought. Ah. Ah! It's a bit weird. Okay, it's a bit too fast, don't we? I feel like that's not going to actually work, but let's just see what this does. Oh, there we go. That's a bit weird. And I feel like it's our camera is actually the wrong way around, because forward is that way, which is fine, but then it's private float speed. Walk speed times by that. Ah! That's not moving right at all now. That's being really weird. I mean, do we even need to do a rigid body? What if we copied that, put that there, we get rid of this rigid body. We don't need the box collider on there, that's our graphics. We want it here. So we want to do like that. We don't want that anymore. Then we just want to do transform. Yeah, and then we can just have that on, say, 1. We can fix this weird thing by putting it on layer to render, but this is not quite. I want seems a bit too confusing to have it do that, I think. Do we just want it moving up diagonally, or do we want it following? Because I feel like having that would be too confusing to move it around. I mean, I'm struggling a bit to work out what's going on. Do we just want to press W and it goes up, or do we want to follow up and then around? Minus vertical. Right? Do we want to... Because it seems very confusing. I think that might be a bit too confusing. We just have it walk straight up rather than across there like that, I think, maybe. I'm thinking maybe that might be a better way. I don't know. I'm not sure. We do want it to go out, as we do want it to not go off the world as well. But we can put bounds in place to do that. But right now, I mean, okay, we should probably figure that out actually. Because it's not actually going to take account of physics, is it? That's what the whole point of doing a rigid body. But then we need to detect if it's out of the world bounds or not. Anyway, let's interact. Let's get some interaction going. So we've got that working, and now if input dot get key down key code dot f. Then we want to detect what block we're actually looking on, don't we? So we want to do raycast hit, and then if physics dot raycast from this transform dot position to vector3 dot, so down O2F for example. Then we want to do debug dot log hit dot game transform dot name. Standing on I just had it look up. I just had it. Out hits, that's why. stand on the block, yeah, because that's got the logic on. So transform dot parent dot name. Nice, there we go. Now let's say, for example, we want to do dirt block equals dirt block if dirt if dirt does not equal null, then what we can do dirt dot we shall do hydrate, won't we? Public void hydrate. Yeah, we've got things we are hydrating. We can hydrate plants based on that. Oh, these ones died because you didn't water them in time, but that's the whole point. And I think what I want to do actually is I do want to rotate this round. Yeah. And then we're going to need to translate in order to get it going forward. We need both. Both the X and a Z going at the same time, don't we? Or we just rotate. We do that 0. rotate that round by 45. And then we could do vector 3 dot forward times by walk speed, well, times by input dot get axes horizontal, no, vertical, times by walk speed times by time dot delta time, which is only going to give us one direction for now, but let's just figure that out in a minute. One step at a time. Right. So now what we need to do is we need to rotate this now. So now I need to do transform dot rotate based on vector 3 new vector 3 0 and then input dot get axes horizontal times by time dot delta time. Probably do walk speed as well. We probably want rotate speed to be separate, but yeah, that's really slow. So we want rotate speed, private float. Unless we just get rid of that, but I don't think that's going to work. So decided not to use Soros Engine, I'm going to stick to using. Okay. Oh, actually, that does kind of work, doesn't it? There we go. Whee! Whee! There we go. We can now do that, and we've got our different plants. Oh. Yeah, see, I'm thinking I don't want to rotate it though. I want it to just be I want it to be up, and then as you go down, it goes down. I don't want to rotate round because it gets very confusing about which way you're actually facing. So, yeah. So then how do I do that? Because if I can't rotate around every time, it means every time you press it, it's going to rotate around, isn't it? Unless, no, we do it based on forward times walk speed. No, not rotate speed now, we don't want that. Do private float. I'm going to try the auto slice options Unity. Yeah, you could try that. It's a bit hit and miss, it depends on the sprites. Walk amount 0f. And then if input dot get key down key code dot w, yeah, vector 3 0 45 0. Right, so we should have it. No vertical. Ah! Stop. Oh, what is going on? Stupid insert mode. Right. Walk speed equals horizontal, vertical. You can't do that, can you? No. How am I going to translate walk speed? How is it going to know when to walk and when not to walk? Because when we rotate round, we want to use A and D. That needs to switch to the vertical thing. No, maybe. Maybe we do want it based off of that, but... yeah, I'm a bit stuck here. How to do this? Because then we could say, oh, if we do... you know, A, for example, it's then minus 45. That's not right. That rotation isn't even working now. How would you code this in C? Create an array of persons, read data for multiple persons from the keyboard. Stop when a negative age is found, then find the average height, the average age, and the average ratio of it. Stop when a negative age is found, then find the average height, the average age, and the average ratio of age to height, age less height, structure. Create an array of persons, read data for multiple persons from the keyboard. What do you mean from the keyboard? Because how would you navigate the array? Like inputting the age and height yourself when asked. Well, well, it would depend on what kind of application it is. If it's a console-based application, if you've got a GUI for it or whatever, then it depends on how you're doing the GUI, which is how you would get the data inputted from the keyboard into the array. There isn't just one way to do that. It depends on how you've got your code or program set up. Whether you've got an actual GUI for it or if it's console based or something like that. Let's have a look what people have done online. Unity isometric player controller. Let's have a look what people have done. Blue is what I want, red is what I have. Okay, so he's got the same issue as me. Game camera, game object transform position is a game camera dot transform dot position. Transform dot Euler angles. Vector 3 Y. The my character position is plus equals camera transform forward time dot delta time. Try and implement that. He's got that. Solve this problem for a very simple solution. He's got that. Updating that equals game camera dot transform. To find the forward direction, the copy camera will be forward and X-verse will be right. So you can grab this transform by. Well, in this case, the camera forward is not going to be actual forward though, is it? Yeah, world axis, divide play axis, yeah. Set up your inputs. So this is basically what I'm reading here. Why have they just given the code like that? That's just silly. Right movement equals right. That's just silly the way they've done there. I can't read that code. So this is saying to basically do vector 3 forward equals camera dot main dot transform dot forward, and vector 3 right equals camera dot main dot transform dot right, forward dot y equals 0, forward dot no, right dot y equals 0, forward dot normalize, and then right dot normalize. Vector 3 movement direction equals forward times get axes horizontal. See if this works. No, whoops. Not quite. The problem is we're still going the wrong way. Unless we just did this. Nope. I mean, this is better than what we had, but it's still not right. Forward is still going off to the right like that. I need forward to be going that way. The camera should be... I'm not sure. Well, I'll tell you what, for now, why don't we... Let's move on to something else, just so that we can actually get somewhere. So that's our player control, which doesn't work right. I'm probably going to have to fiddle around with that off stream, I think, because... yeah, it's not going anywhere. But what we can do is we can fire up Blender and we can start doing some graphics, I think. So let's have a look at, let's do a cube. And then we want to scale it on the Z by 0.75. And now we need to unwrap this. So this mode we want to go into UV mode. Now if I can remember to do this, so we have basically, we get an edge here and we go, we select that, no, we select that edge, center, no, yep, then we select that edge. Then we can select that edge, then we can select that edge, that edge, that edge. I think. And then mark seams, whole thing, unwrap. That's not worked. But that's not the size. Okay, well, we go to YouTube and have a look at tutorials. On something that's going to be easy, not too complicated. okay. Ah, see, I didn't. That's the using out of the cube, yeah. So which seams did he pick? Let's move this to the screen for a minute. So let me undo everything I've done. So which ones did he do? This is our cube here. So he did that and that, yeah. And then same on the other side. Okay, so flipped it around and then did these ones. Boop, 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 yeah. And then the bottom one and that. And then, oh, you, no! And not that one. Okay, yeah. We'll mark those seams. And then we can go unwrap. Unwrap operate non-scaled version of the mesh. I don't want to. See, that's the problem. I don't want that. Unwrap a cuboid. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. You scaled your mesh, so you're always done before with the scale set to 1. Right, okay. So scale Z by 1. So now it should be set to 1, shouldn't it? Transform. Where's our transform? Where is our transform? Why is the transform just not here? Where is it? There it is. Scale, so that needs to be set to 1. Okay, then we go back to edit mode and then we try oh, I know what I've... Okay, right, okay. So go back to that. Scale, we want 0.75. And then we do Control A. And then apply scale. Right, I see. Right, okay. I forgot in Blender you had to apply stuff first. Then we try and unwrap. Hey! Nice. And now what does this other thing say?
All the way around it.
Saying to do check your image before applying added text. Check your image. Okay, so then we do new UV grid, right, okay. Checkered. And I what, 500 by 500? Think that's a reasonable size texture for what this is. Ah, look. Okay, so we've got that. But the trouble is now, because these don't match up on top, which is also going to be a problem for us, because it means that we can't just do a simple texturing on there. But we need the top to match up. how are we going to apply this? Because then how am I going to add in the texture, the different edges? How am I going to do that? Because I want the grass to be on top, but also go around to the sides as well. So how do I do that? I don't know. Because it's not just a one whole texture, it's going to be the sides are all going to be different textures really when you think about it. Because the sides are going to need different textures on. You're going to have to learn, being there less than I've go. Yeah, I know I need to learn. It's just I was just seeing if I could figure it out for myself, but no. So I'm going to have to look at a bit more advanced tutorials because the texturings need to be different on each side. So let's have a look. Ben's tutorial, multi-texture mapping, one object by. Oh, that could work. Yeah, see, that's what I want, that.
Hey guys, and welcome to another very exciting Blender tutorial. After you've created your brand new, great looking 3D model, it's likely going to come out looking pretty naked. Now, I have already talked about how to create and apply simple materials, but I have not yet talked about one of the most fundamental techniques for dressing up your 3D models, and that is how to apply an image texture to it. The challenge here is that your 3D model is, well, three-dimensional. However, image textures are flat, there are only 2 dimensions, so how do we tell Blender how this 2D image texture is going to fit and stretch over this 3D model? For that, we have to create something called a UV map. This UV map tells Blender which part of your image texture is going to map to which part on the 3D model. The reason this is called a UV map is that every point on your 3D model, every vertex, is assigned an additional 2-dimensional coordinate containing a U and V value. These UV coordinates are then laid out on this UV map and therefore mapped to a specific position on this 2-dimensional image texture. This then tells Blender how this 2-dimensional image texture is going to fit onto this 3-dimensional model. The process of creating this UV map is, no surprise, called UV mapping, and you can do it either via UV projection or by unwrapping your 3-dimensional model. In this tutorial, I want to show you exactly how that is done so that you are no longer surrounded by your naked 3D models. You're welcome.
Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is I need a break anyway, and I'm happy with progress I've done today. Would like to do a little bit more, but at least we got now. If I go back to here, at least now we've got crops growing, we've got randomly generating different bits of dirt are like it's random whether they have a crop or not. So we have got the ability to do that. We've got the ability to have different slots in the block. So I think now what we need to start doing, is getting the graphics in there, and I'll have a play around. I'm going to look at this UV stuff off stream, I think, and I'm also going to have a look at that character movement off stream, see if I can figure that out, and then I'll do another stream at some point. I don't know exactly when. Hopefully during the week sometime, maybe Tuesday or something, maybe even tomorrow night. I don't know. With the things UV mapped in, I can start working on some textures. I can probably do that on stream. And then the character movement I hopefully will have fixed for next stream anyway. But yeah, so we just do that. Yeah, they're still dead even though they are being rewatered, because that's exactly what we want. So we also need to work on the system for expanding the tiles of the world, which is something we can look at next stream as well, because the idea is you'll start off with a basic square like this, but you'll be able to click on various blocks around the edge to unlock that particular part of the world, and a new block would appear there, and you can do that to expand out your farm. So or we have areas, like whole areas rather than single blocks or something like that. But if we build that into the system to support that, then we can probably do either. So I'm going to leave that stream there today. So thank you to everyone that's tuned in and just watched. We've been going a while now, so yeah, I will do another stream. If you want to be up to date, just follow for notifications. You can join the Discord. I will I'll chuck the link in there now, but also that's when you'll get notifications that when I'm going to do a stream. I do want to get a stream schedule sorted at some point. It's too early to say exactly what days I'm going to be streaming yet. I need to figure out what's going to work best for me as well. But it's possible I may do another one tomorrow. I'm not sure yet. It will definitely during the week sometime. I do want to stream every weekend. But until then, guys, thank you for watching and stay tuned for the next stream.